Hey! How did I save you? 1 second. How did I save you? Okay. Yes. Cool. Okay. Sure. Let's see it. Share it on the Discord if you want to. Alright. Until I have known a friend, I have not known the word apology. I have not known the sun until I knew I knew the path that every flower tends, and that is you, affection, what I chase, and all other roses want. What never fails in every garden to taunt, from every withering vein this tongue managing to taste the remains of the disdain when I hear the 3 words, and I must say the same. It is not because I want to please you, but because I want to love you. Oh, that's really great, Kelly. That's really pretty. I say, like I know anything about poetry, but I think it sounds cool. I was just watching a video today about poetry, by the way. About the current trend in poetry. I found it kind of interesting. It's this Insta poetry. Do you know of this, Callie? This Insta poetry? I think that's the best way to approach these things. Yeah. I got these colored pencils, and I'm like, I never try with color, so I'm gonna try today. Well, my internet seems to be working again, which is nice. It wasn't working for the past few days, which was driving me up a wall. Well, it was, but it wasn't strong enough for me to stream, which was a problem. Kind of ruined what my whole week. I planned quite an epic thing to do. I planned quite an epic week, by the way, of streaming, and I was like, And it just never worked, so I had to sacrifice that dream. Callie, I sacrificed it. I've been having some issues sleeping too, honestly. Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm actually started in the same boat with you right now. Sleep wise, I have just not been sleeping well. Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. And it was so weird. Just. Yeah. Sleep. I don't know. I just can't. Like I'm waking up in like random hours and not getting enough sleep and falling back asleep. It's been very frustrating. And the worst is when you're tired. The worst is when you're tired. You can't like. You can't like sleep. You can't do anything because you're tired, but you're not tired enough to sleep. Yeah. Ugh, that sucks. Do you know cold doesn't exist? Like, in science, there is no such thing as cold. There is only heat and lack of heat. That sucks. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the absence of heat. I always found that so fascinating. So, I'm sorry you're going through that, Callie. Yep. We're all just different heats. And that's why the microwave is close to godliness. I don't know what I'm saying. Yep. Listen, you just say the word, you just start talking, and eventually you figure out what you meant to say. Yeah. Well, we all know the world is fake. The only thing that's real is pro wrestling. That's a real thing. I think that's just life. Yeah, that's just kind of life. I mean, I mean, we're pack animals, Callie. I would say we're pack animals, Callie. I don't know if it's that you. I think it's just you find comfort when somebody else agrees with you, right? I think that's just comfort. I think you know it's true, but I think it's more that you find comfort and when somebody agrees with you that it's true. Like, you know, I think it's more that we're pack. You know, we're pack animals, Callie. The reason we as a species survived is because we united as one. You ever? I think about this sometimes. You ever think it's weird that we don't give ourselves credit in certain things? Like, I'm thinking about this. Like, it's weird. Okay, this is a weird thought, but it's like, okay, like, uh, I'm trying to think of an instance for this happening because this happens to me. Like, okay, like you're about to you're about to leave the house and you need to grab your and just before you leave you remember to grab your wallet and you kind of beat yourself up a little bit over it because it's like, oh, I'm so stupid, I can't believe I forgot my wallet. But it's like, I don't know, it's like if you really think about it, it's like, no, you remembered your wallet, that's why you went to go look for it. And it's like, why are you beating yourself up for forgetting your wallet when you remembered to get your wallet? Nobody told you to remember to get your wallet. You just remembered to get your wallet. And I don't know. I just think sometimes I think, right? And it's not a huge thing, but I think that's like a sign of like the way humans work a little bit. It's like, no, you remembered to get your wallet because that was part of you. Like nobody told you to do that. You just did it. And for some reason, we just don't give our conscious mind the credit for a lot of things. It's because it wasn't like an innate instinct. It was just we forgot. We had to remind ourselves. But that's part of ourselves. The consciousness is, your conscious mind is part of yourself. I don't know. I always find that just a little bit ridiculous. Oh, speaking of forgetting things, now this was dumb of me to forget, but I forgot to post this in Discord. But it's like, I don't know. I guess I'm just saying, give yourself. People should give themselves more credit than they do. They got this. You have managed. Callie, how old are you? If I can ask. Okay, Callie. For the last 25 years, you have somehow managed to wander through this world and not get yourself killed. That's pretty impressive. I don't know. You know, the world is full of a lot of dumb people who fuck up their lives quite expertly by the time of 29. So. I would say you're doing good. You're doing good. Hey, some people never recover, Cal. That's not as unusual as you think, probably. People take time, Cal. Time to graduate shit. Like, college not being right for you at that moment wasn't you screwing up. That was you just needing to be a little needing to that's, I don't know. I don't think that's a screw up. I think that's just normal. A lot of people don't graduate. Take a while to graduate from college. It's kind of a lie that a lot of people don't graduate in 4 years. That's not that big of a deal. You can always come back. I mean, when I say screw up, I mean like people screw up and like like fuck around with bears or something, you know? Like they do something, they fuck around with bears or try like to see if they can jump off, like you know, like if they can race trains with their car, you know, like there are people out there who have done incontrovertibly stupid things that have ruined their lives. So the fact that you are still alive and breathing and you weren't crushed to death by a train because you were drunk one night and thought you could outrun it on foot, Callie, means a lot. Yeah. Let's see. Let's just look up Florida man. See what. Florida man. All you gotta do is stay ahead of this. Florida man and police. A lot of them were dark, but not funny dark. But like Florida man, it's drunken Florida man in banana suit whips out penis. You know, stupid stuff like that. So just remember, you haven't done that, Callie. I don't know. You might also just need a shower. That's also a possibility. When's the last time you... Feels like a weird question to ask, but it's... Go take a shower. Yeah, then Callie, you need a shower. Yes, Callie, you need to take a shower. Of course, you feel the need to take a shower. You're very. Go take a shower. No, Callie, it's not. It's not OCD. It's you needing a shower. Oracle of Dusk! How's it going? Good to see you, good to see you, good to see you, good to see you. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the raid. Jeez. Wow, that is appreciated. How is the stream? I don't want to go to TwitchCon. Let me give you a shout out, even though probably everybody's following you. Already, but I feel it is polite and customary to shout somebody out. That's super good. That's a good creativity stream right there, getting stuff done. That means you did good. Glad to hear that. What's the latest project? So what's everybody working on? Everybody's here. So what? Nice. I need to do some editing of stuff I wrote. What's the book about? What? No. What? What's it about? An anime phase? Who had one of those? I've never even heard of this anime. Oh, I like that. Oh, that actually sounds kind of interesting. I like it when people do that, like when they take like genre stuff and like use it as metaphors for like real life stuff. That is interesting. Like apply it to real. That is legitimately quite interesting. I like that idea. So it's like having a kid to save the marriage, but it's magical. That is very cool. So, how long have you been working on it? Oh, that's fun. How did that go? How did your second book go? I am working on a thing right now, and I am debating whether to try and self-publish it or go with the more traditional route. It's good. Good books are books that you can hit people over the head with, and they hurt, and it hurts. Yeah, that's good. What type of podcast was it? What type of podcasting did you do? Oh, how did you find that? How did you find that experience? What was that like? Because that is something I've been thinking about starting myself. So I'm just curious what your experience was with that. That's good. Well, that's interesting. That is interesting to know. Sure, yeah. Well, it's one of the things I'm thinking about. Yeah. I might have to call upon you for that. I mean, I technically did it professionally for a little bit, but I was never on like the production side of that, so yeah, I probably could use some help with that. Did you like have to hire like actors and stuff? See, yeah, that's what I was probably gonna do. Good to know. Good to know. I may call on you one day for that oracle, like some sort of, oh, what's the word? Like I call on you like an oracle. There we go. Like somebody who has knowledge of things that I don't. Yes, I know. What are you, Barbara Gordon? Yeah. You know, that was a positive development in a lot of weird decisions they've made with Batman over the last few years. Honestly, kind of burnt out with a little bit with Batman stories. Okay, who's your favorite Robin? Yeah. Ah, they are like children, Oracle. Are they not like children, Oracle? In most ways that matter. Oh, come on. What? Automod? What are you doing? Why was that banned? Automod bans the weirdest stuff. Yeah. I don't know. It's. Yeah. Unfortunately, Automod for me right now is like pretty high. It's going to be necessary for a while. So that's life. Because because of one sociopath, that is life. Yeah, for me at the moment. So it bugs me to no end. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's some fascist bullshit. Well, you know how like shitheads like will like take like normal things and try and make them into like Nazi stuff. Maybe they tried to do that with LMAO. I don't know. Can you clearly see this? I've gotten notes from people in this house that sometimes you can't see my drawings clearly. Okay, I think that works better. Okay. Okay, there we go. Does that work? Well, I'll come back. Okay. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back, Kelly. I hope you had a productive day. Um, so anybody watching any like TV shows or something? Any movies? God, I'm hungry again. This sucks. Ugh. So, oh man, no. Why am I? You're comedy videos you're watching, I'm gonna guess, or maybe you're just tired. You know, we fluctuate between like being able to do stuff and not being able to do stuff. I don't know, man. People worry so much about everything. It's just like, some days you're there, some days you're not. I had all the energy in the world when I started, and now I've lost a little bit of it. I'm very frustrated. My first instinct, usually when I'm in a negative mood, is like, am I just tired? And that's usually the answer. It's like, am I just tired? I think I'm just tired. Or hungry. So, I don't know if I told you guys this. Or I've signed up for a comic making class. So I'm getting a little nervous about maybe my probably less skill than the other people. So I want to do like a lot of drawing, and for the weeks leading up to that. You might also just be hungry. When's the last time you ate? Yeah, but like food, Callie. Like actual, real human food. When's the last time you did that? Like food, like filling food. Well, food that like you can eat and you get like protein. You need protein, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You need something with some protein in it. Not necessarily meat, but like something with some protein in it. When you, okay. Well, then you're just tired. It's either tired or hungry. That's like that should be the first thing you think. I don't know. That's usually me. Either I'm quite tired or just quite hungry. After I have that, I feel a lot better. I shall. Hey, Sat, how's it going? Good to see you, buddy. My internet has officially started working again, which is very nice. That was a, it was working, but it wasn't strong enough for me to stream. I don't know what was going on. Just happy it's back. Playing with colored pencils and coloring in things wrong, because I think that's kind of fun. See if things weird. How's that been going? Where are you looking for that, by the way? I never know where to even. Are you like going on like freelance.com or something? Oh, I have not heard of this one. Because freelance is, I've tried freelance before. It's pretty useless. So. There's my beautiful little penguin. It's yellow. Why is it yellow? Because I had a yellow. That's why. How is the freelance going? I'm some way trying to find a style that works for me. Because one thing about me is I never really developed a style for like cartooning. And I'm taking a cartooning class where I'm going to be making comics and being judged by people, like people with skill that matter. So I need to figure out what a style could look like for me. So I'm just trying to get that down. Nymph! The corpse of the nymph. How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope all things are going well. Well, that's good. I mean, go to sleep when you're tired, by the way. I plan to come on tomorrow, or possibly leave the stream on and see. Nah, I'll turn it off probably. I do have plans to do like a big long stream this weekend. Well, there's nothing better than That's a good time. Okay, what's your... I guess, yeah. I mean, I have some experiences in the professional writing field, so I didn't actually know this existed. Okay, so how do you play? So what's your like? How you been playing it? How you? What's your like standard playthrough? Who do you join? Do you know anybody who didn't join like the Stormcloaks? Like I didn't even know that was an option that you could join the Imperial Army until like somebody explained it to me a while ago. Like who doesn't join the Stormcloaks? Like I mean they're a little bit pricks, but they're like one side literally is about to kill you, and I don't know. That is a little bit of a problem with like some Bethesda games. It's like they do try and present like a morally ambiguous thing, but it's like one side is always literally trying to kill you, and the other is like, we want freedom. We want freedom from the people who are trying to kill us. Yeah, you should. I should probably. I don't know. Very nice. Who did you join? God, it's been so long since I played Skyrim. So I like that. It's controversial opinion. Controversial opinion. I'm going to be controversial here. I think Skyrim is a fun game. I like Skyrim. That's my hot gaming take. I like Skyrim. That's fun. I'm getting into my head, into my head. So I don't know if I've told people this or mentioned it like a million times. I signed up for the Art League here in Houston has a comic making class that I'm very excited to take. I'm very excited to take. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was a choice when I played the game because I was like, of course I'm going to follow the Stormcloak guy. Yeah, they aren't great, the Imperials. You can tell because they're called the Imperials. God, I was so obsessed with that game. Da da da. You know, I don't. Oh, Callie, I think we have discovered what some issues that why you may have been struggling with sleep. Are you like What? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I always never really get involved in the whole crisis, really, because like you go to their capital and you're like, okay, like I'm gonna go to the capital. I'm gonna be the hero. I'm gonna hang out with the guy. I'm gonna hang out with that guy. You know, we seem to kind of get along. We seem to kind of get along at the when we were being executed. You know, reminisce about old times. And then they were like weird pricks to me the whole time. Well, you have to do this, and I'm like, didn't I not save your? Did I not save you with during that whole execution thing? Was I not an instrumental part of saving your king? Screw you guys. I'm gonna go to Magic College and just hang out there. Adopt, yeah. I mean, they're the obvious heroes, you know. Even if I'm gonna adopt adopt a dog and a kid off the street and get married. Yeah. Hey, welcome. Hey, welcome to real life, where everybody. Welcome to real life, where everybody's kind of a weird jerk, and you have to just kind of pick the least bad option. At times. It's really funny when you go through history and you can count uh like it's very hard to find uh there's like very few like kings, especially like monarchs and kings. Yeah, not too many presidents either who are pretty definitively like the good guy on the right side of history. I think there's like you can like I mean you can just kind of screw off and not do either quest, you know? Just become like a you know, just become like a shadow, you know, just uh, focus on like focus on helping your focus on you know just go to the magic college, focus on that. This isn't like this isn't like Fallout New Vegas where you can decide, oh, all these people are sociopath, I'm just going to take it over for myself. Have you ever played Fallout New Vegas? And yes, Kelly, that is why you're having trouble sleeping. I remember once I got some caffeine mints, and I took a little bit too much of them, and I didn't sleep for like 3 days. Good friend, good friend. I love that game. Yes, yes. Listen, I kind of calculated how many I had. I kind of estimate I took about yeah, it was about 3. I couldn't sleep for 3 days. I took far too many. That was a crazy few. Yeah, that was a pretty wild few days. And I was like, why can't I sleep? Why can't I sleep? And it's like, is it these caffeine mints that you've been shotgunning? And I was like, yeah, maybe. Yeah. So, whose side did you go with in the whose side did you go with in uh, the in New Vegas? Who did you pick? You know, I was always so. I guess I was a little when I found out that Matthew Perry played Benny. Um, you know Matthew Perry played Benny, right? I was always a little. I was like, oh, I'm a tiny bit bummed because that's really cool. But like usually when the big star plays is in a video game, that's not a great sign. And then I found out later that oh no, he did that because he just really likes the Fallout games. He kind of obsessively played Fallout. He said in an interview that he played Fallout 3 obsessively. That's why he was that's why he really wanted to be in it. Yeah, Benny is great as a character. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So what did you do with it? You know, my a thing I always do in RPGs that I feel is the thing I do in like when I play D&D is like I always make my character super charismatic because then I can because that's easy for me to play. Not bragging, just stating the truth. But I always regret that a little bit in RPGs because it's like it makes life a little bit too easy. Yeah, Benny is pretty great. Well, Benny is funny. Benny is funny because Benny is like not a good planner in anything. Like he kind of thinks he kind of thinks he's the main character of the story, but he's kind of constantly outsmarted. But he keeps trying to outsmart everybody. It's very funny. Anyways, since the TV show is potentially doing a New Vegas storyline, I'm curious to see what that will be in the next season. So who are you? Who did you choose in the? Yeah, that's me too. But I like that. I like getting lost in like. I like getting lost in the world. I think that's the fun of open world games. Is that it's a big world to get lost in. You sided with the followers of the apocalypse. Oh, oh. Yeah. The did. Yeah, that's the fun. I think. I mean, a good story is always important for everything, but the fun of an open world is hint in the title of the game. It's an open world. It's a big big world to explore. No, no. Did you? I can never like I. This is my dorkiness. I can never be. I can't be a villain in video games. I've tried so many times. I'm just like okay, gonna be evil in this game. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm always so like I have to be the good guy. I have to try and figure out what the best response is because I don't want the people in the game to be mad at me. I I just forgot. No, they're fine. I just forgot that they're an option. I believe most people I know go with like the NCR or I mean, or do what I did, which is I took over New Vegas for myself. I. It's just funny because I don't think I've ever Nymph. I'm going to be honest. You may be legitimately the first person I've ever met who did the who did the followers of the apocalypse route. Then you should, Callie, punch them all. I either end up siding with the NCR or House. I do. You know what I did? I picked it. I tried to pick the one that all my followers would like me for. Like this might be bad, but like that was my goal. Like I want to make sure all my followers aren't mad at me at the end of the game. So I tried to pick the option that would go best for everybody, all the companions. Yeah. Become the cult leader. No, I just want all my friends that I made in the game to have good endings. That's my goal. That's my goal. Yeah, no, the Legion, like, part of the reason I like it is because, like, the NCR are clearly, like, dickheads, but then it's like, nah, the Legion's so bad. It's so funny because it's like, nah, when you really break down to it, no, the Legion are like, well, the Legion are also, and the Legion are like, what are they, like? Like, they're essentially, like, I get I get too involved in the story. I always get too involved in the story. No, I get way too involved in the story, and I just want them to all like me at the end. Dude, I don't think so. I mean, Caesar, I don't remember that plot point. Yeah, yeah, no. If from my memory, the Legion is because the Legion are, this is what's so interesting about what I was gonna say. It's like the Legion are essentially like alt right dickheads in the post apocalypse. Like that's essentially what they are. They're like they're alt right. They're all like alt right. They're like alt right. Yeah, is what they are, which I think is a weirdly like prescient observation because the game was made a long time before like that whole thing came about. But like one thing like they nailed with like the alt right weirdos is like their obsession with Rome. Like one thing they nailed is their obsession with like Rome and stuff like that. Well, okay, according to the Fallout wiki, Yeah. Well, part of it is that if you read. Okay. In order. So okay, so yeah, okay, so but it's like this weird thing where it's like okay, from a former, I hear okay, here's how it okay here's the official way it works. Okay, from a former Legion slave, the courier. I hear you were a slave of Caesar's Legion, Jimmy. What Marco said is true. The Legion attacked my village when I was 16. 16s. My parents were killed as examples. The rest of us chained and dragged to some kind of camp. A centurion chose me there as his tent servant. He was handsome and gentle most of the time. He said it was our secret, and he'd protect me. He'd give me little gifts, stupid things. But Caesar punishes homosexuality with death. And we nearly got caught. And they were suspicious. So when he took me out to the desert, well, I knew he'd get rid of me. So I kicked him where it counts, and I ran, and I swam, and ran some more, and wound up here. So it's essentially don't ask, don't tell. It's essentially don't ask, don't tell. Yeah, so it's punishable by death, and they have this. What's so interesting about the Legion? It's a weirdly well observed thing about like what like political like what politics would be in a few years. Because another thing is that they're obsessed with like. Oh boy, I'm about to get into politics. Okay, everybody, let's step back. Hey, everybody. Let's be cool. We're going to talk about politics and not be weird, okay? Okay. Yeah. Well, there is some letters about letters that imply anyways, that Caesar himself. Anyways, so what I find so interesting about the Legion is that it's a weirdly well observed thing that didn't come true till later. And like, if you had told me that this was written like 2020 as like a critique of like the January 6th guys who are obsessed with like the Roman Empire, they're upset because anyway they are obsessed with like the Roman Empire and like and all that stuff. Yeah. It I would be like it's really weird, and one of the things they're all obsessed with is one of the things they're all obsessed with is one of the things that they're obsessed with is that they need to populate with more legionaries, which is a weird thing. Which is a weird thing because that is also a very like I don't know what you guys know about like super alt-righty like Christian things, but there's a very racist breed of like alt-right Christians. The Duggars from 19 Kids and Counting are part of these people who are obsessed with like having massive amounts of kids because they're worried that the white population will be underpopulated in the U.S. and we won't be like whites won't be the majority anymore. So there's this whole obsession with creating like having as many white kids as possible. And it's these like kind of weirdo Christian cults sort of things, and that's a thing in the Legion. So I don't know. It's just I think the writing is weirdly well observed for a type of people that would become very prominent in like a decade later. Almost so much that you're worried that maybe they took some inspiration from the Legion. Hopefully not. But if you told me like this was a parody of like QAnon people in like the post-apocalypse, I would be like, yeah. But it's earlier. Anyways. Yes, this is a very specific evangelical. There's a few types of these. The one I'm aware of is they're called the Quiverers. And what they're obsessed with is having as many kids as possible. And the reason for it is they are very racist. They are incredibly racist. They are incredibly racist and sexist. And they just anyway. So it's an interesting like it's a very it's a very interesting like well observed game. I think it's a weirdly. I always thought the Legion was a weirdly very well observed video, a weirdly well observed game about certain things. Because it's like you know, it's kind of the same way that like the Mad Max Fury Road. Yeah, exactly. Nymph, I think you figured out that all this stuff is about power and control. And not wanting anybody else to be, you know. Jam. Yes, they did. Well, okay. So it was initially thought, if you're curious, it was initially thought that only men were important in reproduction, and that the women contributed nothing. Anyways, how's it going, Jem? How are things? How is life? Yeah. No, yeah. So what they thought was that the only thing women did was the only like they thought that the only the only genetic material it was it was very stupid. Yeah, they thought the only thing that women could do was give birth, and that most of the genetics came from the man. Yep. Very stupid. I think you have figured out that people of the past, there was. You can see this in like Greek myths, by the way. With the whole myth of Athena, is an example of this. Welcome back, Callie. How Zeus gives birth to Athena is an example of kind of this thought process that they had. What have you been up to? Yeah. How goes the shipping lifestyle? Yep. What comedy videos are you watching? Boo doctors. Who are you watching? I got a few recommendations if you guys want some good comedy channels. Drew Gooden? I like Drew Gooden. Drew Gooden's good. I enjoy Drew Gooden. This is not a bad. If you want some good, oh, I'm gonna recommend. I'll recommend one or two. I I don't feel comfortable playing like other people's YouTube videos on here. Oh, okay. So, but I'll recommend them. No, it's inexplicable and stupid and terrible. You should. It's. It, you shouldn't. Yeah. Uh. I'm really tempted to show a video. Really tempted to show. No. Partly the reason I don't want to show videos is because I want to since I'm uploading these online. Yes, I can post. I mean, I can just. I'll post it here, but yes, I can also post it in Discord. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I'm curious if you guys will pick up on who this person is, who one of them is, because you definitely recognize. You'll definitely recognize one of them, if not by looks, then by voice. I'm curious. I'm curious if you'll pick up, because they will sound awfully familiar to you. Yes. Yes, I love Veronica, but yeah, partly why I sided with why I took over why I took over New Vegas when my first playthrough was because I knew Veronica would bad things would happen to Veronica if I didn't. Uh, she's voiced by Felicia Day, a person who I have met in real life before. I've met in real life before and got an autograph from. You know, I'm realizing now that I think legs are one of my weaknesses. I need to practice more with legs. I hope my laptop doesn't have a soul. By the way, I'm not using any reference for this. I'm just kind of... What did you think? Did you recognize the guy's voice? Did you recognize the guy's voice? Does it? Okay, I'm going to give you a hint. He's actually kind of a prominent voice actor. He was in a... one of them is a very prominent voice actor who had a very famous role. I don't know. I'm actually nervous now that you may... no, this is a very famous role. Sokka. He's Sokka. The dark-haired guy is Sokka from Avatar. You can hear it. You can hear it now. No, it's not. No. Here's my experience. I watched these guys' videos for a while. I was a fan, and then I found out like a year, year or two into it. I'm like, year or two into it. It's like, oh, somebody was like, oh yeah, you know he was Sokka, right? And I'm like, wait, no, what? No, and it's like, how did I not know that? I'm like, in some ways, good for him for like building a fan base outside of that, because I imagine it must be a struggle a little bit for like voice actors to do that. But I was really quite shocked. I found that quite funny. Very good. I do that too. I've gone to the wrong doctor's office. Anyways, thought people would enjoy that. Oh, here's another one from another group. Probably Sokka or Toph. I like underdog characters. I like underdogs. I want. I'm gonna say. Yeah. Yeah, I like, Yeah, Ira. Oh, Ira's so good, yeah. Notice how none of us went for Aang first? Aang or Aang first? Yeah. I posted another one that I think is really funny. Uh, It's always funny that everybody's favorite characters are not the like main characters. I always find that funny. I mean, Sokka is a main character, but not the title. Yeah, I think he is cool. Same guy, Miko. Same guy who voiced uh same guy who voiced Aku. I love Aku. Yeah. Who has seen Samurai Jack? Yeah. You should, Callie. Get on that right now. Uh, yeah. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen the show, so yeah, I did like Iroh, Sokka, Zuko. I mean, Zuko has a pretty good arc, I think, as a character. Yeah. I also love that this is me as being a little bit of liking professional wrestling. That they have her as like a wrestling character, and her enemy in like the fights is the boulder. Get it? It's the boulder, like the rock, and they have. And he's voiced by Mick Foley, who was a very famous wrestler. They threw him off the cage. They threw him off the cage. Hell in the Cell match. Him versus the Undertaker. Undertaker throws him right off the cage. He lands. He lands in the announcer desk. It was the greatest moment on television ever. Yeah. Oh, I love him. It was the greatest moment in television history. Nothing topped it, and we must not forget it. And plus, Mick Foley's a really nice guy, so. Plus, Mick Foley's a really nice guy, so I like him a lot. They threw him. Um. Yeah. They threw him off the cage. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's all. I don't know. I think that's fun. If you could, if you, uh, uh, okay. What do you guys think you would be? Which type of mender would you be? Fire, ice, water, earth. Which do you think you would be? No, it's sorry. Fire, water, air, earth. Which do you think you would be? Ooh. I've been listening to. I sorry. I got something else got into my head. Sorry. I know something got into my head. I was like, ice. Nymph. Of course, we know now that that's not like the only elements. I'd like to see a magic system based around the actual elements. I think that would be fun. Oh, ooh, that sucks. Yeah, that's shitty. Sorry that happened. Yeah. Well, a trick I learned with yeah. Oh my god, I used to get that when I had really long hair. That is a thing that happens to you as a cis dude with long hair. Not why I cut. Not why I don't wear it super long anymore. It was very annoying to handle. Yeah, I used to have very long, big hair, but I don't wear it like that anymore. Just because I live in Texas and it's hot as hell, and having a lot of hair just makes it hotter, and it just kind of got a little difficult to manage, honestly. Oh, no does a lot of fun stuff. Uh, hey, no, can you talk about what you've been working on lately? Uh, I can say what your job is, right? No. You know what, Nymph, you know what No does for a living? They test video games. Like, real video games. Like, actual real deal video games. Not like. Oh, AC. AC, I mean. No, I know AC is no, but it's AC on YouTube, no on Twitch. Yeah. Can you say which games you've been working on? Because you've been working on a few cool ones. Oh, darn. Stupid. Stupid laws. Nice. Freaking, yeah, cringe NDAs. The, no, probably not a good idea to talk about that bit of insider knowledge I have. Yeah. Guys, serious question. Why as creatives have we not like used Mickey Mouse yet in anything? Because you know Mickey is now public domain, right? Yeah. I have been sort of playing around with like I have been sort of playing around with trying to do a Mickey Mouse comic. So I don't know if I've mentioned this. I mean, Kelly, I can see both. I have both Twitch and YouTube up right here. I can see both of you guys. But I do appreciate you coming over to YouTube, because if you don't know with YouTube, a little bit, I'm a little bit emphasizing it right now, just because if you're curious, YouTube, I'm trying to get my watch hours up on that. At the moment right now with YouTube, so I can start earning some money from this venture. At the moment right now. No, it's fine. We're talking. At the moment right now, it's 1,000. I have 1,022 hours, and I need 4,000 to get full financial benefits from YouTube. So I would say with like Twitch chat and stuff like that, we're operating on a feel free to interrupt model, pretty much usually. So if you have something you want to talk about, just talk. I'm capable of holding a couple of conversations at once on here. It's a skill I've practiced and learned over time. Okay. How do you mean? Probably Hallmark, because they have like a near universal monopoly on it, but the greeting card characters? Okay, so we have an official blank character. It took me only an hour or so to get that far. Now we can design stuff on top of them. What stuff? I mean the Care Bears. Let's go with the Care Bears, because they're pretty powerful. You know the Care Bears started as greeting card characters, right? You know, there used to be like a kind of a business model, and what you would do. Uh, what you would do is you, as an independent company, would create concepts for characters, and then you would try and sell it to other companies. And Hallmark used to do that a lot. I think there's a few cartoons. Okay. I'm not sure what that looks like. I have. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. I think. Do you have a reference? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that is essentially a cape. You are wearing a cape when you're doing that. That is. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I'm trying to practice here my actual cartooning skills. So usually I just. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm going to tell you something. And this doesn't leave the comfort. This doesn't leave the secrecy of this stream. Okay. Sometimes I pick. Sometimes with these streams, I deliberately just pick references I know will bring people in. Drawing subjects I know will bring people in. And maybe I don't practice the amount of skills I should on these streams because sometimes that's not what really brings people into the yard. And darn right, it's better than. Yeah, Sean exposed. Listen, did I discover that? Yeah. Sometimes I prioritize. Sometimes I prioritize maybe stuff I know will be popular over stuff that might actually help me improve as an artist. Because it's like, I want people to come in. Okay. Yeah, it's a crime that I'm trying to do that. Yeah, it's a crime. But right now, I am more legitimately trying to like get my cartooning skills a little bit sharper. Okay. A criminal! A criminal! A cran apple. A crime lawyer. Okay. Actually, I kind of like this look. Okay, let's see. There is a little bit. I have talked about this before. It's sometimes I think after you spend like a couple of hours like working really hard on getting the anatomy to look right, there is a little bit of a depressing thing. It's like, oh, now I have to cover. I did all the work to get the anatomy to look right. Now I have to cover it up. Nobody will see my impressive work. Nobody will appreciate it. A criminal. A crime taker. Anyways, let's see. I'm loosely trying to like maybe design some actual characters that I could like write a story or do a comic around. Because part of this class I'm taking, I'm very excited for this class. Crimeman. Jack Kryman is we will be making our own comics, which I'm very excited to do. It's why I wanted to learn how to do art in the first place, is because I wanted to make my own comics. But I'm nervous now because, like, oh no, real people will see this and I'll have to actually have to, like, do some actual cartooning, instead of just procrastinating and not doing that. He's committed the terrible crime of confessing to wanting an audience. All YouTubers must acknowledge. Like, all YouTubers must all YouTubers must maintain the illusion that we're just doing this for fun. I'm just doing this for fun. I mean, if I get an audience, that would be great. But really, I'm just doing this for fun. Yeah, they hate views. We're just doing this because we enjoy it. But, like and subscribe if you want. I don't obsessively check my subscriptions every day. Who would do that? Yeah, exactly. It's not like, to be fair, if I could be honest with you, it's not necessarily like I want like a audience like Logan Paul or something. It's not necessarily. I mean, yes, would I like Logan Paul's money? Of course I would. That would be very fun to have. But I don't really want like a huge obsessive audience. I would like an audience where it would be enough. I could be comfortable just focusing on that. Like, I've always said, if I ever became famous, if I ever became like a famous actor, I would want to be like a B movie actor or something, where it's like, I'm popular with, a certain, yeah, exactly. Because I feel to get to that level, you have to be like you have to be like obsessive to the point of like evilness in a way. That's not fair. There's people with big followings that are weirdos, but there are like people with like massive following. Like there are so many people who have like those massive followings. I'm like, there's always something bad about you in the background, isn't there? You're doing weird, creepy shit, right? Like, yeah. Like the people right now, like there's people right now who are quite shocked that Mr. Beast might have some skeletons in his closet. I'm like, really, you're shocked that there might be some skeletons in old Beastie's closet? Yeah. Well, well, somebody pointed out, yeah, yeah, exactly. There is something about that. There is something about, like, you have such influence that you kind of think of yourself a little bit as a god. You know, it's like, everything I say, the world does. I am the one who controls the universe. Nobody should have that. I don't know. I think there's something respectable about. One of my favorite writers is a guy named Tom Ligotti. And Tom Ligotti has not had his picture taken. Like, there are, like, maybe 2 or 3 pictures taken of Tom Ligotti. Or, yes. Yes. I mean, let's be honest. Some followers of Mr. Beast have a practically religious opinion of him. And it's maybe a little bit. I don't like that. Don't like that. Don't give a guy that power over you. Like, he don't treat, because it's like, if we're, because like the way Mr. Beast positions himself is like, if you are a good follower and you are nice to me, at some point I could theoretically make you rich and fix your lives. So do whatever I say. And it's like, that's not an attitude that I like being pushed by really anybody. Don't. Oh, I was always suspicious of him. Like, there's the guy, like, there's a few good rich guys, I would say. Like, there's a guy, I think he owns Patagonia. Yes, he must be instant. Okay, so if I could, here's my thing about the good rich guy. If I can complain about something. I really resent when, like, rich people go, like, well, I donate to charity. And I'm like, asshole, you're fucking supposed to do that. If you're if you're like a rich guy, if you're like a multi-billionaire or if you're a multi-billionaire, you're supposed to fucking donate to charity, you loser. That's part of, like, you are the single most privileged, you are part of the most privileged class in the world. Part of that is you're supposed to kind of help the less fortunate out with your money. That's kind of part of the whole deal. If you make a real big brag about it, it's like, you're not doing that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And they don't even fucking, like, do it right half the time. It's very frustrating. But it's like, I get frustrated that, because, like, a lot of, like, rich, like, jackass rich people will, like, go, like, well, I donate to charity. Like, Sam Bankman-Fried, my evil twin. Like, his whole thing is like, well, I'm going to donate all this money to charity. Like, fuck you. You stole millions of people's... You ruined millions of people's lives just because you wanted... Just because you thought you were smarter than everybody else. That is a... I hate... Sorry. I got a lot of Sam Bankman-Fried comments in my life, so... When he got arrested... True story, when he got arrested, a friend texted me. He says, like, Sean, you look exactly like this guy. And I was like... I still have mixed feelings about that to this day. The quote... Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's like... Yeah. Thank you. You're very nice. But yeah, I don't know. I really resent that, because it's like rich people, like, take credit for things that they should just be doing. Like, you should just be doing that. You should just be doing that. You should just be, like, donating money. If you're curious where to donate, malaria. Donate to malaria prevention in Africa. That is proven pound for pound to be the most effective. That's usually considered quite an effective monetary to like money to like thing. Anyways, but don't. There's a ton of things that you need to donate. Anyways, sorry. I really resent like rich people as a thing. I was gonna say like the owner of Patagonia is leaving all used his money to open up a free yeah open up a free college for people and open up a free college for people, and it says he will give all of his money away to charities. I think that's pretty good. There was that lady who paid for every single student's medical school of a college. I think that's pretty good. So there's been some people who like actually will give away their money to help. There's been some rich people who actually will give away their money to help people. It's rarer, but it does happen. So it's not what I want to say. It's not impossible. Like, and that doesn't really absolve like all rich people. In fact, if anything, it makes like certain rich people significantly worse for not doing that. Because it's like, oh yeah, it's totally. Well, it was just one school, but that's quite a lot of money, and that was quite a lot of money, and it helps a lot of people do that. It's like that was, and I think it's going to be like free forever now because of the way the donations work, if I'm not mistaken. So like that's going to help like a lot of people. So it's yeah. I mean, but it's good. It's good. It helps people. It's going to help like people definitively. It's not like charity to like. It's not the charity to like. I don't know what's a terrible charity. Like the Red Cross is a really bad charity. Red Cross sucks, by the way. If you don't know, never donate to the Red Cross. All they do is they go to active war zones, take pictures, and fuck off. And pay their executives millions of dollars. It does. Yeah, Red Cross sucks, by the way, if you don't know that. Or like, there was one guy, like, this is actually kind of a tragic case because I don't think this is happening anymore, but they did it, like, back in, like, the 1800s, the guy who owned the land under the Chrysler Building, his family, his family still owns that land till this day. And, like, so in New York, so the Chrysler Building has to pay the family rent, and he used it to establish a free arts college in New York, and that lasted for like 200 years or something. That people could just go to this high-end arts college for 200 years for free. Big controversy. There was a real big controversy in that they were trying to charge tuition a while back. So, but a lot of colleges. I don't know why that is, but usually when you hear like a story about a good rich guy, it's usually he sets up like a college or something. But like, so there's been some good examples of that, but there's also been some notoriously shitty examples that help nobody. Like, remember when like the Trump Foundation was like going to give money to veterans? Yeah, that didn't happen. Red Cross, notoriously useless. Okay, so the Red Cross is so fucking useless. Like, oh, can't believe I didn't think about it. Dolly Parton, classically good. The Red Cross is so useless that Dolly Parton had to set up her own Red Cross to help the people of Tennessee do what the Red Cross was supposed to be doing. Like her charities in Tennessee help Her charities in Tennessee help help people in the way that the Red Cross was supposed to be doing. And yeah, and Also, she gives free wigs to drag queens. So I like Dolly Parton is a saint. Yeah. Well, maybe because people are making tea. Like in the Tennessee, yeah, like drag queens in the Tennessee area always, and it's always it's mysterious. It's a little bit mysterious, but they say they're almost certain because like drag queens will say like just randomly they'll get like free really high quality wigs sent to them, and it's always mysterious. But everybody's pretty certain it's Dolly Parton who's doing it because it's like her brand of wig, I think. Anyways, so yeah, those three instances were the only good people I can think of that come to mind. And I bring that I bring I bring that up not to go like, oh, rich people help so much. I bring that up more to say it is possible for you to be both rich and actually really help the world. It is actually possible. But the people who become rich are so hyper obsessed with becoming richer and richer that the very thought of them giving up any money, they would have to give nothing up, like nothing up. Their lifestyles would never have to change in an instant. Like they would be able to live their life the exact same way they've always lived their lives, and they still don't want to like. They don't want to do it. And that's, like, the scummy, terrible part. Like, there's a reason we got rid of the the aristocratic losers of Europe. Because it's like, they never gave a shit. Anyway, sorry. I've been listening to Behind the Bastards lately, so it's making me all mad about things. It's making me all mad about the way the world works right now because I know it on like an intellectual level, like super rich people are going to be like weirdo jerks all the time. But sometimes you just have to, sometimes you're like, sometimes it's when you're reminded of, you're like, oh right, those people, they suck. And it's like there are so many companies that are part of like part of our everyday lives that are like, and you go and you read their history and it's like, oh yeah, war crimes in South America, association with like genocide and like, yeah, association with like genocide and like, it's like, oh yeah, it's like Mark Zuckerberg facilitated a fucking genocide by not two genocides. Mark Zuckerberg let two genocides happen on his platform, and we did nothing about that. They got a gentle, well, don't do it again. Like, don't fucking do it. Like, don't fucking do it again. Mark. Hey, Mark. Don't do that again. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, that happened. That's cool. So, it was in Malaysia. No, not Malaysia. It was Burma. I believe it was in Burma. Where was it? So basically what happened is Zuckerberg did not hire did not hire moderators of the where was it? Did not hire moderators of the language. And because of that, they were able to use Facebook to plan a genocide. Because like there were no moderators, so like he just didn't want to hire he didn't Myanmar. Yes, sorry. He didn't want to hire yeah. Didn't want to hire people who spoke the language, so a genocide happened because he was trying to be cheap. Yeah, isn't it? Facebook is really bringing people together. Miami. Yep. I should post the article. Post the article from MFC International about he did it, and it happened again a few years ago, where pretty much the so that's Facebook's whole. That's Facebook's whole. Oh no, wait, that's a video. Sorry, that's a comedy video. That is not that, but this is the real one. Sorry, that's Facebook's whole deal. They're so good. They're so good. They're such good people because they don't give a shit about hurting people. They just care about getting more audience. By the way, if Musk is yeah. By the way, if Musk is allowed to continue what he's doing, he's going to do that too at some point. I guarantee it. I believe there was also a genocide plan using, if I remember correctly, was using WhatsApp. So, sorry for bringing it down. I can talk about more fun things. I'm in sort of an angry mood because I was reading about not particularly good things that we as a race, we as a human race has done to our fellow man, and it's made me a little negative. It's made me a little negative about the whole human experience. No worries. I mean, it's my fault. I brought it up. So it's my fault. I'm the one who was like, I wanted to talk about it because I do find that legitimately quite interesting. In Fallout New Vegas, that they kind of nailed a type of guy that we know exists now. Because if you told me like, if you told me that like this was a game that came out now and it was parodying like, you know, the whole thing would be like, what if QAnon, like those QAnon, what if the post-apocalypse happened? What would those QAnon losers be doing? I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. But the fact that it came out years before that, and like, I think like it was when Obama was president. I'm like, that is some prescient politics, man. Which is funny because I don't think the right, if I remember, sure. Did I ever tell you guys that I have the green? I grow green tea. Like I have my own green tea plants, so I can make freshly brewed green tea whenever I want. I can just go out into my garden and pick some. It's actually pretty. They're actually pretty easy to grow. So if you guys ever, I would suggest. Yeah, I believe they're actually kind of easy to grow in like an apartment too. So if you ever want to like make your own green tea, I suggest just getting some. That's fun. I like it when. Oh my god! Right Hook Riley, thank you for the follow. I don't think they're that hard. Uh oh wait, no, I'm where I live. They're not that difficult. You live up north. Thank you for the follow, Right Hook Riley. I appreciate that immensely. Yeah, that might be a bit hard. I mean, Callie, you live in quite a cool place. Have you ever tried to grow jute? What is it? I was finding it really hard. Okay, there it is. Haha. Yeah, it might be a bit hard. I don't know, Callie. I don't know. I would not. As somebody who lives in the middle of a desert, I think Callie is about to go to sleep. As somebody who lives in quite a hot environment, I don't know if I would recommend it. I'm a bit. If I can be honest with you, I'm a bit sick of this heat. I want to live somewhere. I want to live in a more temperate environment. Callie, go to bed. Can we pressure? Yeah. Everybody. Okay, everybody. Let's talk real quiet and soft. And kind of like, what's the word? What do those people do? Yeah. Wish I could. Man, turtlenecks look good on everybody. That was such a. The one thing that we should have kept from the 70s was the turtleneck, because that looked good on everybody. You think Ron Howard feels like a dork now? Like I don't know. Thinking about Ron Howard. Like the fact that he made a movie about the vice president, not vice president. Oh God, I hope not. But Trump's vice presidential candidate. You think he feels like, oh geez, I got played like a sucker by this dork. Like I would feel stupid. Anyways, what's everybody's favorite like? Uh I'm trying like winter. What's the thing like you do in winter that you can't really do in summer? What's like your favorite winter thing? Mine. I mean, the fact that you can dress. I mean, the fact that everybody looks good in dark coats really does help. Help. I don't know. Yeah. Go to bed, Callie. Jeez. That does. That sounds like that would be fun. It's not an Callie. It's not an actual turtleneck. It's a garment that looks like a turtle's neck. Actually, I actually think she's turning out kind of okay. I don't have a real like definitive like character design idea, but the fact like the design isn't like the proportions is good. I'm happy with the proportions. So I'm not the worst at this because I had been feeling quite bad about my yeah. Callie, aren't you aware that we're all turtles, Callie? Callie, aren't you aware of that? We're all were turtles. Dun, dun, dun. I should just put her in a turtleneck. Since we're talking about turtlenecks. I used to put all my characters in turtlenecks. Okay, let's give her horns. Cars, were you one of those people like who always, when you drew always gave your character horns? I have a fairly specific complaint about when if Corbs, did you always give your OCs horns? You have to be very careful because you can either they can either look like cool horns or they can look like penises. Callie, we're gonna evolve into crabs, and that will be the end of it. Hyper intelligent, advanced crabs. Yes, you should. Or go to bed, Callie. One or the other. I like this idea. Okay. If I can have one little complaint, though, about something with OCs. Occasionally, I would do OC swaps with people online. Where I would draw people's OCs. And what always frustrated me was wings. Because it's like, I would get these good drawings of a character done. I'd get it all done. And then I'd have to draw... No, I didn't really give myself space for that, so I'm gonna instead draw like these little shorter ones that look like No, I can do this. 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 I can do. Part of the problem is I didn't give myself space. Like I wasn't really planning horns, although I like the idea, so I want to try and do it. That's my plan. There we go. No. I appreciate it. I appreciate it immensely. Sorry, I'm just... There we go. There. No. I appreciate that. Sorry if that comes off. It's like, hey. No, I appreciate that. I worry sometimes I come off as very dismissive to people, which sometimes is not super far from the truth, but I am trying to be better about that. Okay. And you were... Yeah. I don't like drawing wings. I struggle with them. Because it's like with human characters, you can't... Because it always messes everything up a little bit in my head. Because it's like it was working, and then I had to give them wings, and now it's not working. Go to bed, Callie. Go to bed. Sometimes wonder why humans didn't get... You ever wonder why humans didn't get any of the cool bot animal parts? No horns, no wings, no tails. We just got this upper lobe that we developed. Who needs it? Do you know how successful I would have been in business if I had a tail? The world or horns. I would have grinded. Nymph? I would have grinded. That's the grind set. That's the grind set you gotta get on. You You gotta go like, I'm just not gonna have oxygen, and I'm gonna grind till that's not a big deal to me. Okay. You're evolving into a crab, Callie. You don't get a choice in this. We're all crabs. Young man, you'll be a crab and you'll like it. Crab is a simple creature. The crab is a simple creature that understands. Crab is a simple creature. Apparently, there's a thing where like they keep running models and like things keep evolving into crabs. So I don't know. They are cool. Who's your favorite Pokemon? Is is it Krabby? Yeah. Well, you gotta catch them all. You gotta catch them all. How many Pokemon are there now? Currently, there are over 1,164 Pokemon in total. Well, Callie, unfortunately, that was the test, Callie. That was the test. And I guess you just didn't pass, so you're not going to learn what the next step was. You won't get to level 6. It's a level 5 clear. I do like to train them is my cause. What's your cause, Ash? To train them is my cause. To catch them is my real test. To train. Like, what are you planning, Ash? I will travel across these lands. I think somebody searching far and wide. Emily Dickinson can be sung to the theme of Pokemon. I believe I read this somewhere that there. Yeah, so if you're curious, because of the way the meter works, you can actually sing Emily Dickinson poems to the theme of Pokemon. If you're curious. Watch the video. Yeah. Right? It worked. It fits. Emily Dickinson. Yep. Dick didn't used to mean what that meant. It just was a name. Pokemon! Because I could not stop for death. Death stop! Because I could not stop. I remembered that you are big fan of the Emster. Because I cannot immortality. Slowly drove, knew no haste. I had put away labor and my leisure to his civility. You and me. I was wondering if you would get a kick out of that, Callie. Callie's a poet. I'm not a professional. Okay. Okay. Because no, wait, I can do this. Me. Because I could not stop. No, damn it. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste. I had put away my labor and my leisure too for his civility. We passed the school where children strove at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of grazing grain. We passed the setting sun. Or rather, he passed us. The dews drew the dews drew quivering and chill. For only gossamer, my gown, my triplet, and my tulil. We passed before the house that seemed a swelling of the ground, and the roof was sincerely visible. Anyways. Yes. I'm not a professional singer. I have never claimed to be a professional singer. Although there's a little part of me that suspects if I really wanted to, I could start a band and it would totally kill. Okay. Okay. Okay, and nope, that's not right. Okay. And I don't know how to play the guitar. I love that bit so much. I bought the guitar with the full intention of learning how to play. I learned a little bit, and then I could just never nail it. I learned a tiny bit, and then I never really. I bought it in college, and I was like, I'm going to learn how to play it. And then I tried to learn how to play it, and then that didn't happen because college was too much. College was too much, and I didn't get to do anything I wanted in college, really, for a good deal of time. I love doing that. I love that bit where I set it up and then I just don't do it. It makes me laugh every time. I have never seen this meme before in my life. Jeremiah Lore. I don't know this person. I don't don't know if I've heard of this person. I wish I knew how to play a guitar. Truthfully, I was kind of getting into it as I was just fucking around with it. I was like, oh, maybe I should try and learn how to do this. Suddenly things become clear. I would love to know how to play the guitar. That's always a thing I've wanted to learn how to do. Whip it out at parties. Everybody likes the guy, right, who brings a guitar to parties, right? That's everybody's favorite. Nobody has any issue with that guy. When they can kind of play Wonderwall. You know, with a lot of starts and stops. They get there eventually, but they have to start and stop it a few times. Everybody likes the person who can sort of play Wonderwall. Is this a joke that translates now? Does nobody know who... I wonder if, like, the fact that Oasis isn't probably as popular as they used to be. You know what I mean? Well, it's a song, but the joke is that everybody who played guitar would sort of know how to play Wonderwall, so they would always. Yes, Kelly, you have to get one. It's legally allowed. It's legally mandated. To be cool is to own a guitar. Playing it, that's for nerds, but owning it, that's for the cool people. Today. Oasis. Yeah, I played music on here one time. Like, I just literally played a bunch of songs because I thought it would be fun. And boy, did I get in trouble from YouTube for doing that, so I'm not going to do that again. That was a one-time thing. You get in a lot of trouble if you do that. Dude. Today's gonna be the day. That's Wonderwall. It's very easy to play on guitar. That's partly why it plays it. Day. That's very easy. Today's gonna be the day. Today's gonna be the day. To you. You know. Oasis was a. Wait, I don't hear metal. I don't hear. Oh no, I do. I do hear musical saws. They have musical saw players in this, and I'm like, well, I don't really hear them. Do you know there is such a thing as a musical saw? Musical saw? Have you ever heard of that? That's a thing that's a real thing. That's an instrument that people play. The musical saw. Bing. Anyways, sorry. Got a little lost today. Anyways, it's a good song. It's a good song. I like Oasis. They are like, they are definitely like, Oasis is interesting because they are definitely, it's a little bit like asking the question of a band. It's like, well, what would the Beatles sound like if they made 90s kind of rock music? And it's like, that would be, I get, yeah, that would probably be what the Beatles would have been if they were a 90s rock band, was something quite like Oasis, which is fun, which is interesting to think about. Callie, go to bed. Today's gonna be the day. Today's gonna be the day. You wonder about wars, but have you ever convinced what wars wonder about you now? What are the feelings of the matter? Today. Can you sing it? Let's see. Today is going to be the day they're gonna throw it back to you. And by now you should somehow realize what you got to do. I don't believe that anyone feels the way I do. It doesn't totally work. I don't believe anyone feels the way I do about you now. About you now. Yeah, it doesn't. It screws it up. And the backbeat, the world is on the street, that the fire is in your heart is. Okay, yeah. It doesn't work totally. Darn it. Darn it, it doesn't work totally. No, it's so, yeah. Doesn't work. Yeah. That is like the thing, that is like the new thing on the internet, is like, I don't know. Like I quickly learned to start saying they for everybody. On the internet, because I'm like, oh right, you really don't know. Like, I think it's made me a politer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I thought that, you know, and I thought that would be difficult. Like, oh, you know, you're so used to, but you know, you get used to it pretty quickly. It's like, I don't know, like, oh, someday. Do 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 do. Callie, don't be weird. Callie, don't be weird. Okay, good, good. Okay, good, good. You like hugs? I like bugs. My favorite are bugs. I never. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. Right. I forget you guys are younger than me sometimes, and maybe not have it. Maybe did not experience the whole weird free hug thing that happened when I was a teenager. That got weird. That got weird. Super. That got weird very quickly. The whole free hug thing. Yeah. So I do get on a little bit on edge when like people go like, "Do you like free hugs?" Okay. Good. Okay. Well, we have a design. It's not the worst. Good. Actually, it's not bad. I don't think she turned out that bad. What do you think? Okay, it's a serious question. If like an art teacher saw this and says like, "Hey, this is the design for a character I want to use," do you think they would be like, "You're the word"? Yeah. I thought they would look good. I guess I should give her some shoes. No bad. No bad. I just thought they would look good. Uh, thigh thigh highs are based. Yeah, I didn't really like design much with like based on that works. I didn't really like think of wasn't really thinking of a character. I was just trying to get the like look of a character right, you know? Like, you know? Cuz I've been trying to draw characters like here okay. Okay, you must understand this in context of where I have been the past few days that have made me nervous. I don't know if that's mean. Not like I was trying to design. Like I was just trying to get like a character to look like a character that doesn't look terrible. Thank you. Okay, like this was also me a few days ago. This was a character I drew a few days ago. To be fair, I was trying to figure out. I was trying to like see if I could find like a simplified character design, but oh, yeah, it's not the worst. I was trying to go for a little bit more of a simplified character design, like something like that would be okay in like a web, like a more of a like a I don't know. What I'm getting anxious about is like, oh, thanks. What I'm getting anxious about is like I haven't been really practicing character design all that much, and I've just been trying to get like anatomy right. So I don't have a story, by the way. I don't have a story or like a cartoon, like an idea. My only vague idea. My only vague idea was okay. I had a vague idea of maybe doing like a Mickey Mouse thing, like doing like a sequel to Steamboat Willie. No, not really. I don't really. I have one. I have one that I've drawn a few times. So this was my interpretation of Steamboat. I don't practice backgrounds enough. I don't do anything right, okay? I don't do any of this art stuff right. This was my attempt to draw Mickey Mouse. Now, I wasn't going for like accuracy to Disney. I was trying to see if I could draw Mickey Mouse in a style, my own style. Like I have one. Yes, that is the tends to be the thing. Zoinked is high, right? That's high. I'm interpreting this young person's thing. Okay, let's see. Drawing with like kind of harder. I'm trying to remember if I have some. I mean I assumed it come. Well, it sounds like. I assumed it's like maybe a like being high because like Shaggy from Scooby Doo would say zoinked. That would be a good. That would be a good word. That would be a good word for that, or like. It's a good. Yeah, so you go. You're zoink. Nymph. Zoinks is the present tense version of the word. Zoinked is the past tense version of the word. Shaggy had been zoinked. He was in the process of being zoinked. That's Velma's. So, did anybody watch? I don't know. This might be contentious to bring up, but did anybody watch the Velma show on Max? I feel like just right out of the gate, that show. I feel like right out of the gate, that show was like that was an intense. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like there's like fair criticisms of Mindy Kaling's writing, and then there's like really weird, borderline racist, probably actually racist criticisms of Mindy Kaling's writing. And it's sometimes hard when that happens, you know? I feel, I don't know. I had mixed feelings about that whole reaction because I was like, I don't know, guys. I don't know if this is appropriate, but I'm also like, I don't know. I liked the Mindy show or the Mindy Project. I didn't think that was that bad of a show. And then I don't know, just people are weird. I wish people would like. Frankly, I wish people would like just stop being so weird about everything and stop making this like every piece of art like this intense pitched battle of like. Yeah, yeah, that's part of the problem. I don't know. It's I don't like I don't know. That's for I don't know. I feel there's a lot. I don't know. I feel there's a lot of weirdness attached to Mindy Kaling, but I also feel like there's not unjustifiable criticism of Mindy Kaling's kind of writing. I've been tempted to try and make a, a video essay about it, but I also feel like I don't know, man. I don't want to wade in that fucking hornet's nest. Part of the problem is, I think, with Velma, if I can, if I can, which would have been one of the, which would have been one of the themes. Velma kind of got screwed over because Mystery Inc. did everything Velma was going to do, but like in a more like in a better way. I kind of think like Mystery Inc. like even kind of had Velma in a romantic relationship with a girl. Like it did that. It did that before, and it's like yeah. So it wasn't that like so that like little bit of like you know that was a thing that they were gonna do that would have been a big deal, but it's like yeah, no, they already did that in the thing, so it's like I mean also like I like that Mystery. Basically, the point I was going to make was Mystery Inc. was a better show, but I also like that Mystery Inc. was kind of like retro, had retro things, had kind of a retro vibe to everything. Like, which was fun. You know, it's so boring when like they adapt stuff that was very of its time, and then they like just take all the like that stuff out. Shaggy is such a funny character to me. Like design wise, Shaggy is kind of funny to me, just because like. Oh wait, I do have. Is it in this book? Yeah, that's part of the. That's part of the problem. I don't think necessarily adult, like not adult, but like writers coming in who are not necessarily cartoonists are a problem. But one of the things that they do when they take over, when they do animated shows, is that they have a tendency to pick very boring art styles. Like, okay, very controversial opinion time. I think BoJack Horseman is a great show, but BoJack Horseman had a very bad art style that was like kind of ugly, and I kind of ugly and very limited in animation. And I get that part of it was probably the budget, but it looked bad. It just, and it's not like like you could argue, well, it's ugly on purpose. It's like no, it just looks not. It just doesn't look good. The characters don't move right or don't have a lot of expression. Velma's animation is I don't know. It comes. I think it's kind of a yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not. I do agree, but
I guess I don't like limited animation. I'm a little bit sick of adult cartoons having very limited animation. I've been rewatching the old episodes of The Simpsons lately, and like, oh my god, the fact that like watching The Simpsons now, I'm like, my god, the animation was great here. Like the characters move and have like depth in their like feelings and emotions, and like The Simpsons actually kind of give a shit about like shot composition. Like a lot of the times, like I didn't notice that when I was a kid watching it, but like rewatching it, it's like they give a lot. Like The Simpsons care quite a lot about like composing good shots and like having their blocking working out really well. At least in the early seasons, which is a pleasure. Yes, I blame. I'm gonna blame. I'm gonna blame Family Guy for this. I don't think Seth MacFarlane is the worst, and I've liked some of his. I've liked some of the stuff. I've liked some things he's been involved with in the past. But holy heck, does Family Guy have just awful like cinematography. Like Family Guy has this terrible flat style where everybody stands ramrod stiff and just talks at each other. And every animated show, like adult animated show, I think emulates Family Guy in that. And yes, Callie found the emojis. Like, I don't think, like, and I think it all comes from that in a little bit. It's like, so that's at least my opinion. It's probably wrong, but that's. Which emojis did you find? Did you find the YouTube ones? Boop, boop, boop. Anyways, so I feel like you can roughly blame Family Guy for like how bad adult animation shows look a little bit, because I think that's where they come from. That's where those instincts come from. That's people emulate that style a little bit. But yeah, you are right. No, Niv, I do agree with you. It does have a unique look to it that is that sets it out apart from a lot of the shows. Yeah. No, yeah, it's not. I don't know. It works better when the writing is sharper, but when like in really bad like particularly bad seasons of Family Guy, which there are a lot. I'm being mean. There are. I listen. I was a big early fan of Family Guy. I'm a pretty big fan of American Dad, but there are some quite bad episodes of Family Guy that. There are some quite bad episodes of Family Guy, and it's pretty. It can be pretty aggravating at times, but that's human eyes, Callie. Human eyes can't process darkness. That's not. You're not doing anything wrong. You notice that. Yeah, Family Guy has quite a lot of it. But but there are a lot like worse adult animated series like out there. Like there's this one right now out that's really like kind of obnoxious called like Universal Basic Guys. Yeah. There's I don't know if you guys have Universal Basic Guys. If you guys seen that. Yeah, that one's yeah, that one is aggressively bad. And that is like the doldrums of like family. That is like the doldrums of like the Family Guy style. Like please just kill this style off. Not to saying like limited stiff animation doesn't work. 'Cause, every time I say like a generality about art, I always think of like, well, there's a show I like that does it, because I was rewatching C Lab 2020 recently, and like C Lab 2020 does it. Archer to some of effect, it does limited animation. I was born in the darkness. You were you were merely adopted by it. By the way, if you're curious, Heath Ledger is 100% doing a Tom Waits impersonation in the Dark Knight, right? Molded by it. Like, it took me a while to figure out who he was doing, and I had to learn who like Tom Waits was. But he's 100% doing a Joker impersonation. He's 100% doing a. He's 100% doing a Tom Waits impression. Okay. I think I won't get in trouble for playing this video. Let me show you this guy. Let me show you this, because no, no, no. There it is. Let me show you this, because believe me, he's doing this. He's doing this. I guarantee you, he's doing this. One second. It won't be muted. Yeah. Oh.
Growing level of popularity throughout the intercontinental United States, Japan, and I travel extensively in Europe as well. I don't do half bad.
They tell me you have a new market now in Ireland. Is that true?
One second. Let me. Yeah, I can't hear it either. Yeah, let me fix that. You keep the desktop audio a little bit low, so because it's like. I get it, Callie.
I have a growing level of popularity throughout the intercontinental United States, Japan, and I travel extensively in Europe as well. I don't do half bad.
They tell me you have a new market now in Ireland. Is that true?
I've performed in Dublin and done very well there as well.
You look like a leprechaun. You should do well there.
Well, I'm also big in Philadelphia.
Excuse me.
I feel like I'm at my grandmother's.
Right. That's the Joker, right? Like he's that's what that he's doing a Tom Waits. It's kind of throwing me off to hear my own voice back at me. Not that that's bad. That's fine, by the way. You can do that. I think that's actually pretty cool that he was like, yeah, Tom Waits, Yeah, that's my Joker voice. I think that's a pretty good pick for a Joker voice. But I just thought that was so like when you hear it, it's like, oh, he's doing a Joker impersonation. I think that's a really opportune and cool pick, by the way. By the way, I love that movie, and I love Heath Ledger, R.I.P., and I love Tom Waits. So it's all that's all cool to me, very cool. But I was very shocked when I saw that for the first time. I'm like, oh, that's whose voice it is, because it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Tom Waits. I don't know if people are into Tom Waits. Tom Waits is pretty like. He's a musician and an occasional actor. He has a pretty. You have to be in a certain mood for Tom, is what I'll say. Because he has a very unique style that is kind of his own, and he's really he's one of the few people that does it. Some people call him some people call it like neo carnival music. To get you a sense of what he does. Wait a minute. I know one thing, because this was it was a meme. But, okay, you might know one song that Tom Waits did. That I was arguing with people to make on TikTok for a little bit about this, because I was like, you should give Waits the credit. Please give the actual credit to the guy. But and like people were like weird about that for some reason. But do you know Robots? Do you remember Underground? The song Underground from Robots? That's Tom Waits. That's a Tom Waits song. I got into an argument with some people over TikTok on that. Not because I disliked him getting some notice, but I was annoyed that people refused to like just link the sound back to him. Because I'm like, just link the fucking song back to him. And it's like, well, no, I don't want to do that. And it's like, just link the song back to him. Tom Waits, I don't know. It literally costs you nothing. It's his song, and you'll help him out. And I was very annoyed by that attitude on TikTok. I don't do TikTok anymore. Because we're pretty annoying. No, I shouldn't say that. It's a word I think. Where these people had seen him, it's pretty annoying. Like millennials whose only experience with him is watching the movie Robots and that one song. Yeah. Watching the movie Robots and Tom Waits is doing fine, but also, why the fuck not? But Tom Waits is also quite famous for like fighting against okay, so the thing with Tom Waits is has always been quite an acclaimed musician. He's a very unique musician, but he has said publicly that the most money he ever made, and the thing that kind of kept him fed, was the fact that Kraft mac and cheese used wanted to use his song in a commercial. He kind of said, no, I don't want, no. He stood up for himself and he said, no, I'm not going to let you use my fucking music to sell Kraft mac and cheese. And then they did it anyways, so he sued Kraft for doing that. And that's what paid. That's what paid him like the most money. And I'm like, so it irritates me when. Yeah, it irritates me when people do. Yeah, isn't that irritating? That it's quite difficult to, because I see a ton of artists like art online, and it's like, I don't know. It's a shame that NFTs were. I don't know. It's a shame that like, I don't know. We can't. They wouldn't really work that. It's a shame that like that's not like a thing like people do just like instinctually. It's like, oh yeah, here's the link to their stuff. Yeah, Kraft Ale. That and the hiring prostitutes that the owner got caught with. That's the other one. Yeah. Oh. It is cool. Tom is a very interesting. Tom, I should give credit because him and his wife co-write his music, but very interesting music that he does. All his stuff is like that. See there, Corpse. For a second, I was like, oh, thank you so much for the compliment. No, yeah, I hate it because it's like. I don't know. I feel like I have, at this point, a pretty good eye for AI art, but every once in a while I get tricked by it. I get tricked by it, and it drives me up a wall when I get tricked by it, because I'm like, damn it. I'm supposed to be able to, like, figure this out. Thank you. So, thanks. I'm happy, you know, I know I'm a little bit like, please compliment me, but like personally myself, I'm happy that I'm capable of drawing okay characters, because I was getting a little bit in my head yesterday. I was getting a little bit in my head yesterday about it. Yeah. It's scummy. All this stuff is just scummy. So I had this idea for a little while back for a retro kind of doing a comic set in like a retro, like with a retro future aesthetic. But I never really got too far into that idea. And so she was going to be like one of the characters, and like the basic idea was that she was going to be essentially an alien, but she was going to be an alien, but like a really like how they would have done like aliens like back then, which was like just really like put two little dealy boppers on top of her head and paint her green, and that was going to be it. Part of it, I was yeah, it should. I was reading about like I should. That is some good notes. I will take that into consideration. Yeah. Well, okay, like So here's the thing. This is not a justification. You are 100% correct. I should be doing that. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that always happens to me. I get so lost in trying to get the anatomy right that I'll spend days trying to get like one decent bit of anatomy drawn, and I never get around to like the character itself. Like I always go like, okay, I'm going to design a character today, and then I'm like, I always get lost in trying to get the anatomy to look right, which I probably should stop trying to be so obsessive about. I mean, it's good, but it's like when you're just trying to come up with ideas. So it's like you are 100% right. I should be doing that. I know I should be doing that, and I'm just not, and it's bugging me to no end. So I was partly inspired. I mean, one, I love that. I'm always interested in that like aesthetic, like the retro future stuff. Like I always like that sort of stuff. I always think that stuff looks like really cool. But one thing I was reading about, kind of like the fashion, it's yeah. There was a particular fashion line that this designer came out with, and it was, his idea was like, what would like fashion look like in the future, and this was like such an influential piece of work. This was like such an influential piece of work that a lot of people used it as inspiration. Like I need to remember. I need to remember what this was called, because it was both the Powerpuff Girls and Star Trek both used this particular fashion line as inspiration for their costumes. Retro future fashion line. Retro future fashion line. Yeah, it's just forever. Yeah. So yeah, that's part of it. And like part of it is, I don't know. I mean, this is a dangerous thing, I think, to tell somebody who's just kind of trying to learn. But it's like a little bit. I was kind of aiming for. It's not done yet, by the way. I should point out this isn't done yet, but you also are 100% right, Nymph. That is a good note. You are 100% right. I do skimp on stuff like that, and I shouldn't. And it's a little bit cope, but it's also like I'm not exactly finished yet with it, but you are 100% right anyways. Yeah. And this is probably a critique I'm going to get from him, so I'm nervous. Okay. If you ever want to share the dragons, you should. Okay. Okay, we've got somewhat of a basis. Now we should be able to really figure out. think it's Andrew. Thank you. Thank you. You are correct. Yes, it's. Sure, and it's not because I know how to do like. Sure, and it's not 100% because I know how to do like 2 or 3 poses and I rely on those exclusively. Nope, not at all that reason. Yeah. I think you are right. I like. I'm just looking at stuff. Okay. One thing I was interested. Did you watch Nymph? Did you watch the Powerpuff Girls when you were younger? Is that still a relevant show? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. Is that like? I never came up with a name for her. I just had a vague idea. I just had a vague idea that I wanted to do like a retro futurist thing, and this was the first idea I had. Yeah. Well, okay. So when I was a young boy, like, good Kelly, you should not be drinking soda this late at night. When I was a young boy, oh, is the music not? Did I not turn the? Did I not turn the music back on? I have music. He asked me. That's such a what? I was thinking about that song recently, and I was thinking how wild that song is. Like, in many ways, it's like okay. Follow me on this. It's pretty much like if Mufasa and like you can interpret it almost as like Mufasa and Simba, in the same way like in like Lion King, where Mufasa asked Simba to like, someday, son, all of this will be yours. He's like saying like, son, are you willing to? Son, I know you. You will lead a band of dark marchers one day. I thought that was, like, in retrospect, that is, like, such a weird thing to say. Anyways, when I was a young boy, Powerpuff Girls would come on, and I would watch every episode, but I would say to everybody all the time, I hate this. This is the worst show ever. I hate it. I only watch it because I want to watch other shows that are coming on after it. Yet I would sit and watch it all the time. Yeah, so I rewatched it recently. One, because I like the guy's work so much. He's done a lot of really great animated shows. After that, I'm like, I wonder if I might secretly like it. And I did, and yep, turns out, yeah, I do actually quite like his stuff. It's quite a good show. One thing I like the design of that is so cool, and it's like somebody pointed out on TikTok. There's good TikToks. There's also very bad TikToks, but there's some good TikToks. One person pointed out that they're it's mod clothes that the Powerpuff Girls wear. So I was like, and I which kind of fits because that show has like this. Yeah. Yes, Sean has come out as that. Sean thinks that show is good. But like if you watch it, it's like it has that motherfucker, fuck you, Google. Every other search now, we've detected unusual activity. We've detected unusual activity. Sorry. There aren't kids here, right? Okay, I can curse. We've detected unusual activity. Shut the fuck up, Google. Like, okay, so you look at this, and you're like, okay, it's just a dress with like stripe, but okay. And you kind of look at like mod fashion. You look at the mod scene in like the 60s, and you can see where like the actual inspiration for all this stuff comes from. Oh man, I found like the exact dress, like the exact style, but it's like you can see where like this. Yeah, well well Google's being irritating. You can see kind of like the exact style like that they were going for. It's like this kind of modish fashion. And I thought that was very interesting. So I've been very fascinated by that idea. Okay. It's yeah, Craig McCracken. I'm not totally sure how to say his name. Is into that all sorts of that like stuff. He loves like he's all into like retro stuff. Uh, Fun fact: Craig McCracken and is married to Lauren Faust, aka the showrunner and creator of My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. So, yeah. So, okay, hear me. I'm waiting to hear. Callie, go to bed. I am scared. I am scared a gecko will find me and climb into my shirt. Like what happened when I was looking for firewood and I thought it was a spider. Would it have been better if it was a spider, Callie? Would that work better? Young man, one day you will lead them. The fact that then Gerard Way went on to create the Umbrella Academy is always very funny to me. Sure. No, I'm not for it. Like, as you can tell, I never really like finished designing this character. Like the three things I figured out was what her hairstyle should be, like the little dealy boppers on top. I like saying that word, by the way, dealy boppers. That's a word I like. And that her skirt should be pointed out like that. But I never really like figured anything else out. Again, this was for like this was for an idea that never really got off the ground, but you know, in that I designed 1.5 characters and then didn't get much past that. Purses. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh. That one looks like... Yeah, okay, I'll take that. You ever think... I think about this a lot. I carry around a messenger bag with me everywhere I go. And it's like... That's pretty much that's a guy's purse, right? Like, that's just a guy's purse. Like, look. We all love cow. Like, look at this. We love you, Callie. Like, look at this. Look at this. Like, this is... I carry this around almost everywhere I go. And I carry it... like, I carry it around like this. I'm trying to get in view. I carry it around like this, and this is like my default thing. It is. I love this thing. I love this thing so much. Yeah. No. I know. But it's essentially the same thing. It's serving the same purpose. I was thinking. Yes. Thank you. I got it's custom made. Real story. I was just at a comic convention one year, and this lady had set up a booth selling her custom made leather bags. So I bought that. Have had that thing for almost a decade. Never needed anything else. It is like the greatest bag. I love it so much. I carry it everywhere I go. I don't need anything else, pretty much. Sorry. Okay, everybody. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep, little Callie. And possibly Nymph. Close your eyes. Go to sleep. Remember to like the stream before you do. It really helps in the algorithm. Go to bed. Do you guys not have things to do tomorrow? That's okay. But what I was thinking, why the fuck is it, like, why was the fuck for so long, like, if I could, why the fuck was it for so long that, like, why as a guy couldn't I carry around a thing to put shit in? It's very annoying. Why can't I carry around a bag to put shit in? Like, why was that considered unacceptable? It's very useful to have a bag to carry my stuff in. It's like, it's just annoying. I had to carry it all in, like, my pocket or something? Who decided that? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, what? It's weird, right? It's just weird. When did all these rules like, why were all these weird rules? Because I find carrying around a bag to be super convenient in my life. I love carrying around a bag pretty much everywhere. It's incredibly convenient. I can just, I don't have to, like, have carry shit in my hands all the time. I can just put it all in my messenger bag, and that's all I need. Occasionally I lose. Occasionally I can't remember which. Anyways, yeah. It's why aren't people allowed to just have stuff? Anyways, yeah. I remember reading about that. That's, like, so weird and bullshit. Why no pockets? Why no pockets? Why fake pockets? That one seems especially cruel. Like, probably, who, you know what, let's ask. Who invented fake pockets? Oh, you're not gonna like this. I'm sorry to inform you. There is an answer. According it's a woman. Her name is Brenda Wilcox. She was an independent designer working with Calvin Klein, and she's the one who came up with fake pockets. I'm sorry. It would have been much easier if it was a shitty dude. Yes. I didn't think there was going to be an answer, but apparently, yeah, she's the one who invented it. Maybe they went away. They returned to their home planet, Calais. Let's see. Hey, so I want it to be noted. I know you guys weren't here for some of this stuff, including all the stuff I do by myself. But I wanted to be noted the fact that I got a character drawing done where like the anatomy looked okay, in like under like 20 minutes instead of me taking like 2 or 3 days is a big achievement for me. Like this stuff can dominate weeks of my life where I just try and get the like the thing to look right. And the fact that I got it done in like 20 minutes is like, oh, that is a big achievement in my book. Like, you don't have to praise me all the time, but I do appreciate it. I do like it. But it's like, okay, so this was Callie, did you develop X-ray vision, and are you seeing into the center of the universe with great unknowing, unblinking eye that is at the center of the universe is now looking back at you? No, thank you so much. No, I feel the genuine. I get nervous sometimes. People feel the need to compliment me on here because like we're friendly and we're hanging out and you want me to feel good, but. I can feel it. I'm very appreciative of it. I'm very appreciative of it. I'm very appreciative of it. There is. Well, no, it's just people are nice and people want to encourage you to do stuff. The universe is a donut, Callie. Homer Simpson proved it. People are nice and people want to be encouraging, and you don't want to like crush people. Like we're the rats. We've been rats this whole time. Oh, what is it? I've been clipped. What is this? Okay. And I don't know how to play the guitar. That's fun. Thank you for that. That's so cool. Thank you. No, you got it perfect. Listen, no, I super appreciate that. One, because yes, that was the exact right place to clip it. That was a good bit. And two, I can now make that into a short very easily. Which is, they always suggest you do that, like if you want to grow your stream, is to make, like, find clips from your thing and make them into shorts. And I always procrastinate on doing that because that sucks. So when other people do it, I hate dealing with like the editors on here. So, but the fact that you did that for me is so helpful. Oh my god, Nymph, it's so helpful. Yes, stealing your work. I'm just a content thief. I'm a... Who... Has there been like a big controversy with like content, somebody stealing somebody else's content recently? Who's that guy? I'm James Summerton. I'm gonna talk very, very boring. I'm gonna talk very, very boring, and all my good lines will be from somebody else because all I do is copy other writers. And then I'm gonna have some really weird opinions about women. I hope that's a reference that people... Yeah, also Illuminati. Did you watch the whole... Do you watch H Bomber Guy? He made a really good video about all these kind of people who do these sorts of things. You know, the funny thing is with Illuminati, I remember watching her videos a little bit, you know? Like, I was never a huge fan, but I was like, yeah, she's okay. I didn't realize how much shit she stole, man. And the fact that the funniest thing is the way she got caught was because she accused somebody else of stealing. Oh, what are you talking about? Sniper Wolf is... YouTube said that Sniper Wolf is so original and gets her ideas from her fans. And she only doxed one dude. She only doxed one dude. So it's like... You know, the thing is, man, all she had to do was credit the fucking people. That's all she had to do was credit the fucking people. I don't know what the instinct is. I mean, I get maybe when you're just starting out, you might be a little bit lazy and you're just like, I don't feel like doing it. It's so much work. But when you're her level, you can just hire a damn editor to do that for you. Yeah. Yeah. Awfully interesting. That's what Callie is. Yeah. I don't know. And she says nothing. Like, I get really anxious with, like, anytime... there's sometimes where I've wanted to show a video on here before. Like, I used to do a lot more, like, content just about, like, filmmaking and, like... and stuff like that. So, and I used to show clips, which I don't think is bad. But I get really anxious whenever, like, there's videos on here that I might want to show. Because, guys, there are so many things I would love to show you guys. Like fun things I found that I would love to show you. But I feel bad about that because that's not my stuff. Yeah. Snipe, listen. But guys, Sniper Wolf has glasses and she's a nerd girl. She's a nerd girl and she likes the stuff I like. She likes the stuff I like. She likes the stuff I like and she's into video games, so she could do nothing wrong. She can do nothing wrong. Gendy Tartakovsky, he's a big proponent of, like, that you should, like, you should think of everything in, like... One thing that really helped me, like, draw is, like, when I heard Gendy Tartakovsky said, like, he was, like, it's so... whatever, but, he said what really helped him learn to draw was that, started thinking of everything in like shapes. Yeah. I mean, humans do that. I've had arguments with like AI bros about this particular thing before, where it's like humans do that, where it's like it's like you take in ideas and you kind of rework them, but it's different for humans because we filter it through our own like experiences and lives. Like, what's funny is I think even when you're trying to rip somebody off, you can't help but like be original. Because it's your interpretation of why that worked. Like, so your priorities will pop through. Sorry, I've had too much discussion with like I've been like, yeah, it doesn't have likes or dislikes. It just knows vague. Yeah. Anyways, it's just stupid. Yeah. I do have to say, if I can, and I'm quoting from one of my favorite podcasts here about AI specifically. Like, the only way the world improves is if we imagine a better world. And with like AI in particular, like I know it feels like overwhelming and defeatist, but like the only way this like we beat it and we beat it is that we imagine that is that we believe that we can win this against this thing. You know what I mean? I know it's very easy to be cynical, and you have every reason to be, but it's like the only way towards victory is to believe that we can win it. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm just trying to... So, I know AI is everywhere, and I know it's awful, and I know the bros worship it, and it sucks. But I don't know. That's just all I'm trying to say. And I'm paraphrasing a podcast I like who had a similar sentiment that I really liked and agreed with. I'm giving her freckles. I have no real reason to. I'm just going to give her freckles because I think it would look good. Okay, so like basic character. There's definitely more I can do with her, but so like the basic idea behind her. I didn't even give her a name. It's just the like alien girl. Like so like yeah. Yes. Well, possibly, like, a little bit of my hope is that AI is violated so many copyrights of so many different people that they might have to it might be too expensive to do it. Because there's massive lawsuits coming in from just about every like big art group. And I'm thinking very possibly like that AI just won't get off the ground because it's like, no, you guys stole from almost everyone. You can't. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. Like you're gonna all everybody. You're gonna have to pay a license for everything. Okay. But I also think, I don't know. Part of me thinks a little bit that like, if I can be like optimistic, I think AI is slightly overvalued. Is overvalued massively. I do think like, okay, like the reason AI is nerve-wracking over something like crypto. Ooh, Ali. Ali. I like that. Ali N. I like that. I feel like this is okay, but it's definitely not complete of a design. You know, it's like actually, I was like, it's not a complete design, but then you get rid of this, and it's like, that's not bad. Ali N. I like. You know what? I'm gonna go with that. That's her name. It's Al. Ali N. That's her name. You can't see it, but I dotted the I, and then I put a little ring, like a ring like from Saturn, so it looks like a Saturn. Anyways, I'm fun. There we go. Do you think you'd read about her in a newspaper comic every day? Telling gentle jokes. Yeah. Hands are still struggling a little bit with hands. I can sort of get them now. Like, okay, I know how to do them where they don't look bad. They don't look great, but I figured out how to do them where it's like, yes, you should be. Thick alien, she's your ally, and she'll stick by your side through thick and thin. Nope, that looks bad. I was just bragging about how I can do fingers, and it's like, nope, still bad. Okay, I'll deal with it later. Welcome. Oh, I like that. Yes. No, I like that. Yes, I like that idea. I wanted to give her like something like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give it like the. Oh, one she should have. Oh, yes, she should have flared out like sleeves. She should have flared out sleeves. That's a thing she should have, because that would be a thing. Honestly, these fingers aren't bright. Can I just like say her species has like no hands and like it's all telepathy? No, I can't get away with that. Because kind of part of the bit I was thinking with her is that she's an alien, but she's supposed to kind of look like she's just a human, but dressed up like an alien. Because that's the whole species. I don't know if you've seen like the original Star Trek. Or more modern Star Trek. Sometimes they don't have. Sometimes doing a space show every week, they don't have necessarily the greatest idea. they don't always have an idea for like an alien race, so they just give them a silly haircut, and that's the extent. Now I'm ten. Is there a way to like show she's press? Trying to think. She's from the press. Like, you know, the stereotype is you give her like a fedora, like with like press, but I don't want to do that. I don't feel she would wear that. I like your idea of her being a journalist. I'm now thinking she's like from like the Mars Times. I'm now thinking she's like from the Mars Times, and like her beat is she's on the Earth beat. Like that's her job. She's covering. She's the Earth correspondent for the Mars Times. Or the Daily Martian. Oh, I'll give her a lanyard. That's something. Yeah, okay, that works. Yes, exactly. Anyways, there we go. Still haven't, like... Let's see. Cover... Thank you. Now, let's see. Space boots. Still haven't got the hands right. Some days you get the hands right. Some days space boots. Okay. Let's see. 1960s mod shoes. Let's see. What's Pinterest idea? Okay. Oh, I like that. I like that one. Just literally put a sign saying she's press. But that's how you would know. That's how you know. And coincidentally, it means I didn't have to draw hands, which is what I was struggling with. Yeah, it's not that far removed from just literally putting a name on her. Going to give her some. Yeah, you don't need to be that detailed with the feet, but I don't know. There is something, if you're too detailed with like a certain body part, you're like, Do you watch Smiling Friends, Nymph?
Oh, that's what we do here. Oh, what's your sister's stream, Callie? I'll give her a follow. I'll give your sister a follow. Yeah, it's a fun show. I pulled off a couple of very successful streams by just talking about it, which was nice. It is weird because like the guys who made it have been like kind of internet presences for a while, so it's kind of surreal to like see them as like creators on a network now. What's it, Callie? Give me a link to her stream. I'll give her a follow. Okay. Well, I think we got something here. And we named this character, so that works. Now, what would the story be with her? Thank you. Yes. That's a good name for a character, Ali N. No, I get it. Found family. All that stuff. Kelly, give me the link to this person's account. Come on, give me the link. Give us the link. Help her get some followers. Oh, man. I am getting tired myself. Holy shit, I've been on for 4 hours. You know, I'm going to tell you guys. Yeah, that's basically what I was thinking. Like, yeah, and like the storyline would be like she comes down to Earth to report on humans, and she kind of gets involved. And somehow like a kind of normal everyday person gets involved with like being her friend. Like, because clearly what you need now, you need a straight like in the comedic sense, like a straight person, like she's enthusiastic about the work about humans, and then you get like a normal everyday person to be like the human guide. Plot line. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So now you need like so you have her, she's like an everyday she's like, enthusiastic, and so you now need like kind of yeah. Yes, exactly. And you need like an enthusiast. Now you need like kind of you need an everyman character. Doesn't necessarily, you need an everyman character now to contrast.
if one character is high energy, you need one character to be like normal, everyday John Arbuckle. I think I'm too tired to design that character. Am I? Am I tired? I'm not. I had one joke where it's like, I had one idea where it's like, they call it Mars, and she's like the person calls it, you're a Martian? And it's like, how did you know the exact name we use? Am I tired, or can I keep going? I mean, this is good. Having you two here was great. I had a lot of fun. Corpse, you're a fun person to talk to. Yeah. You're a fun person to talk to. Oh, it's good. It's good. I am very tired though. I'm actually quite hungry. So I shouldn't do that. I should. You know how you guys missed on, by the way, today, this Saturday, because I couldn't do the long. Yeah, it's 4 a.m. for me. You know what you guys missed out on? I was going to do a 12-hour stream this weekend. That's what I was planning. But because my internet got all screwy, I couldn't do it. And I won't, like, for like long streams like that, I always wait till the weekend. So I should wait till the weekend. Yeah, the universe said no. Okay. The universe was against me that day. Okay, probably. Let's see. Do we still are there still some people in my room over on Twitch? Yes, there is. Let's see. Is anybody on? If somebody's on, I want to send them over there. No, it seems mostly weak bots. Okay. Well, guys, this has been fun. I'm happy I did it. I'm happy to be back. I still want to do a long form stream at some point, but I won't do it till like a weekend, so be prepped for that. Have a good night, everybody. This is me calling it. I'm just seeing if there's some. Anyways, have a good night, everybody. C'est la vie. Remember to buy your oval